you tired, Hootle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
You see anybody around here who could use our help?
We can't chase after every little thing.
Wow! Thank you. What? Great!
Yeah. Wow.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, alright?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth.
We finally made it.
Ow. Ow.
It's gigantic.
I'd say we're about evenly... So this...
He's the one who polluted the pond!
Consider this payback for all those fish!
Rising Falcon!
This one's mine!
They've got me in their sight.
No further!
Leave the charges to me! Inferno! Keep up the pressure!
Glacial Spear!
Far
Here's
enough.
evil!
An astral art?
That's my cue! It's raining blobs of... slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can!
I'm not done! Stardust!
Resonate with the earth!
Rising
Their
Falcon!
lives were interrupted.
Hold on to your art! Here I come!
Force of regeneration! Regenerate!
Rising Wyvern!
Much obliged.
Rising Falcon!
You know Renan is
I'll heal you all!
Tell me about
Don't
it.
mind if I do!
You're mine!
Lion Cowl!
Healing circle!
Rising Falcon! Take this!
Can't get out of this!
Power surges through!
Rising Wyvern!
Shine!
Radiant light!
Rising Falcon!
Regeneration! Regenerate!
Thank you for that.
Just glad to be a
It's over!
Let's get
Onward!
down!
Was all mine!
Eat
That
this!
move!
Here comes the big one! Take this! I'm not done!
Art expert coming through! Not on my watch!
Okay!
Back into the fray! I'll heal you!
Let the mark
Listen
see
to it!
Anything in order.
By the power of flame!
Heal my weary
Finish with
companion!
a hurricane strike!
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help. Glad you're on our side.
Elusive deity!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil!
Breath of life! Heal my weary
I'm
companion!
not done!
Another incantation ruined!
Double Demon Fang!
Corruption!
Stardust!
Lunar blast!
Rising Falcon! It's too much! Luna Loco!
Now you see what I can do!
I think I'm coming down with something. I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire!
Breath of life! Heal my weary... No further!
Crush!
The dark!
I'm
ready
ready!
to go!
My turn!
Rising Wyvern!
Sorry to trouble you.
Now!
Now I can let loose!
No escape!
Down on the ground! Was all mine!
You picked the wrong
let
fight!
me help.
Does it hurt?
Time to
Here I
strike!
come! No escape! It's over!
Tornado drive!
I'm not
Anything in
listening.
order is all mine!
Can't get out of this!
can handle
It's
it.
over!
Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you
Rising
all!
Falcon! I'm not...
Art shield!
Elusive deity!
I'll face you.
Within the sky,
Rising
come on!
Wyvern!
Here I
Rising
come!
Falcon! Rising Wyvern!
Frozen.
Hammer!
Light.
Rising Wyvern!
Sorry,
Rising
I didn't want to
Falcon!
put you out.
When our friends form, we can't depend on one another.
You're right.
Rising Wyvern!
I'll bear that in mind.
Rising Falcon! Double Demon Fang! Burn!
Need to pull
Take
myself
it!
together.
Resonate with
Rising
the earth.
Wyvern! Rising Falcon!
No further.
Anything in order is all mine!
All yours, Kisara.
We did it!
Magnificently done.
Rising Wyvern! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Rising Wyvern! This one's all mine! Strike! Burn in hell!
This is some punishment.
You'll pay for that! Stardust! Luna! Strike! Stardust!
Expert coming through.
This one's mine!
This is some
Now you've
punishment.
gone and ticked me off!
Here's a healing art.
Light up the dark! Ready to go!
Shion,
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
This one's mine! Light up the dark! Take it! I'm ready to go!
It's this.
Rotating Wyvern! Rising Wyvern! Do it! Bridwell!
Frozen.
Hammer!
Breath of life. Heal my weary
Rising
companion.
Wyvern! Shattering the pieces! Attack
This one's
time!
mine.
Take it! It's changing tactics!
Does it have an ace up its sleeve?
I'm not done! You're
Do it!
finished!
Law, I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life!
Will this help?
My turn!
I can handle it. Far enough.
Take this! Ha! Ha! You're finished!
Bad.
With the best people.
I owe you one.
Discharge.
Eat this!
Inferno crossing.
Going in. Coming through.
Round and make it rain.
All yours, Kisara.
Now! Take this!
How about
Strike!
Can't get out of this.
Strike!
hurricane flight?
Rising Wyvern! No escape! I'm not... Can't move!
I couldn't make it in time. From the...
Imbue discharge.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll bring you back from death.
Nope.
This should do it!
Too much.
Take this!
I can handle it.
Strike!
Denied.
Here I come! Rising
Light up
Wyvern!
the dark.
I owe you one! No escape! It's over!
I healed myself.
No more playing nice.
Penumbra! Ready and raring!
I healed myself.
Armor won't save you!
Flaming meteor.
Here I come! No escape!
No further.
Stay away from my... friend!
Hold on. Onto your art. Here I come.
Take it!
Out of the woods.
No! Can't end here!
By the power of
Air
flame.
This
pressure!
one's mine.
I'm not done!
Is this it? I've healed myself.
Glacial spear.
Not piercing.
Down on the ground. No dawn.
I'm gonna need more of that.
Searing flame.
Stardust! Here I come! I'm not done! And I'm gonna attack!
Right. Watch out.
You require... Forgive me.
Don't mind if I do.
It's on!
I can feel the medicine working.
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Ready.
Rising Falcon!
Can't be happening.
Strike!
On her back.
Lease on life. Here! I hope this medicine works as promised.
Lunar corruption!
By the power...
No rest for the wicked.
Lightning! Downfall!
I'm out of ammo!
Forgive
I'm
me.
all stuck.
This is my fault.
Annihilation! By the power of
It's in your...
Finish without a trace!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Resuscitation!
What the...
So this...
He's the one who polluted the pond!
Consider this payback for all those fish!
Take this!
Here I come!
This one's
The enemy
mine.
wields
Got me
ours too.
surrounded!
We'll soon see about
Bring you
that!
down! Let's keep up the pressure!
Burn in hell!
Here, let me help!
Nothing gets by me!
It's raining blobs of slime! Gross!
I'll take out as many as I can!
Oh,
Here I come!
dying to come over! Here!
Deity! I can carve through armor!
You're taking too
Hold on
many
here.
here!
Can't get out of
Here,
this!
how do you like being pounded into shape?
Take this! Start up!
All here!
Hear my call!
I'll face
You're
you!
mine!
Blind you with a dust!
It's on!
Crescent flash!
Ignite! You're mine!
I don't... know what I'd do without you.
Start up!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Come on! Take
You
this!
have to hold on!
No escape! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
This isn't looking good.
You're bruised all over. Did you even notice?
Guess I got carried away.
I'm not always going to be around to heal you, you know. Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Here
Comrades
goes!
need our ability to survive.
Right. No one's dying on our watch.
Take this!
No escape! What? Rising Wyvern!
Ready to go.
Breath of life. Heal my
Here I
weak
come! Rising
Where
Wyvern!
are you going?
Hurricane Flight! Here I come!
Top field!
Blizzard bloom.
Not today!
Flaming meteor!
Take
this! Inferno crossing!
Heal my
Powered
weary
up.
companion.
It's over!
I can carve through armor.
Amazing.
This to do it!
Down on
Take
the
this!
Go! Mega Ray!
Take this!
Annihilation!
Can't get out of this!
Take this! Rising Wyvern!
Can't move! Forgive me.
Freeze
This is my fault.
Rising Wyvern!
On your knees.
Here's a healing art.
Thanks, Shield.
There are
Be careful not to overdo.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Strike!
Arch shield!
It's in your hands now.
Not in your dreams!
No escape! No escape!
Light up the dark!
I'm not done!
Let me out!
Take this!
Appreciate that!
Here I come! I'm not done!
I can carve through armor!
Hang strike!
You're done!
Lightning strike!
Take the flame inside me! Yours to be let free! Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Escape! Start us!
Hurricane Strike! I is mine.
No escape! It's over!
Thunder touch!
Start us!
Hurricane strike!
Glade. Spear. Pierce
Fierce evil!
You're
Guess I
mine!
had to use it
Freeze
sometime.
Lancer!
Denied!
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane Strike! Here's the healing arc! First aid!
Showtime! I'll smash you!
This one's all mine!
Not today!
Lunar Blast!
I could do without this pain!
Double Demon Fang!
Make it rain!
All yours, Kisara!
Magna Ray!
Breath of
Rising
You
Wyvern!
can't get out of this!
Magna!
Rising
Let
Falcon!
you roll!
Lightning Thrust! Rising Falcon!
It's changing tactics!
Resist! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction light.
This one's
Here I
mine!
come!
Healing not on my watch!
Down! You're on!
Pounce it!
Rising Wyvern!
Reload!
Tornado drive!
You're mine!
Take this! Fitting, just watch!
Not today! Lunar Rondo!
Now you see what I can do!
I can feel the medicine work.
You're mine!
Move!
Can't
Here
get out
comes
of
the
this!
big
My
one!
clothes are ruined.
Is this it? I couldn't make it in time.
Leave the torch to me! Far enough!
The sky is mine! That'll bring you down!
Blue escape!
Arc Shield!
Guess I had to
Water,
use it
hear my
sometime.
call!
Bathed in blood.
Spread! I won't give up! Here! Go! Can't lose! I'll bring you back from depths abyss!
Our arts are being interrupted.
Resuscitation!
You'll
Not
No
that.
further!
How about this?
Your death.
Now you see what I can
do!
Lunar
Take this!
Hurricane Strike!
Stardust!
This is some
Here's the
punishment.
healing arc!
Stay away from my friends!
First aid!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
That's it!
Hurricane Strike! I'll bring you back from
Can't
depths.
Here!
Lacerating Resuscitation! I won't give up!
Rotating pile driver!
Wits about you, people!
Rising! Wyvern! Here I come! I'm not done!
Not like this!
Here I...
What was I thinking?
From beyond,
Annihilation!
imbue this
Mega Ray!
anything into
By
blood.
the power of water!
Another incantation
I'll
ruined.
heal you all!
I'm not done! It's on! I'm not done!
Demon!
Now we're not-
You picked the wrong fight!
Havoc! Here goes! Need to pull myself
Strike!
together. Water!
Can't get
hear
out of
my
this.
call.
No escape!
Fluidity of your movements is simply incredible.
You'll pay for that!
Almost got it beat.
It's getting weak.
The power of light! Alright,
Strike!
let me at him!
And I'm Rising Falcon!
This has a most peculiar taste.
Rising Wyvern! No escape!
Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Free from this. It's in your hands now.
Flaming meteor!
You're mine! Strike!
This one's mine.
I'm not done!
Outstanding form.
In a bind?
Yours to be let free! Ignite!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
First aid.
Here I
Watch
go!
yourself.
Stardust!
Incredible power.
Let me at
This is some punishment.
This should do it!
Going in!
Strike! Rising Wyvern!
Stopping!
Stardust! Let's try harder! Now! You're mine!
Lion power!
Stardust!
Out of the woods.
I'm not done!
Discharge! Leave
You're
the
mine!
to me!
Strike! I'll smash you!
Breath of life,
Go
heal
right,
my
right
wearied companion.
Havoc thrust!
Cure.
Here!
I'm not done!
Lunar
Rising
corruption!
Wyvern!
Starting off here!
No dawn shall
Here's a
break.
healing art.
Mega ray!
You picked the wrong fight!
Can't be happening!
You're down!
So this?
He's the one who polluted the pond! Consider this payback for all those fish! Eat dirt! This one's mine! Weak point!
Take this! This
Power it
one's
up!
all mine!
They're attacking from behind.
Burn in hell!
Illuminate the dark.
Here I come.
It looks like you got this covered.
Blue escape!
Freeze Lancer. It's raining blobs of slime. Gross.
I'll take out as many as I can.
I'm not done!
My head's spinning just watching you!
Take this! Shattering of pieces!
Attack time!
Strike!
Inferno crossing!
I can do.
Going in!
Rising Wyvern!
We're taking too many hits! Heal!
Water after
Finish!
Raging cascade. Ready.
I hope this medicine works as promised.
Rising Falcon! I'm not done! This one's all mine!
It's time.
Here's a healing art. Confiscated.
I'm not done! Stun!
Can't get out of this.
Blah blah blah.
Meteor! Far enough!
Annihilation.
And out here it comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone.
Done! It's over!
I could do without this
Their
pain.
arms were interrupted! Armor won't save you!
Blue escape! Try harder!
Eat dirt.
Not a chance!
That'll bring you down!
In here.
Ignite!
Crescent moon.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down.
Rising Wyvern!
Here, let me help you!
I'll heal you all. All right.
I hope this medicine works.
Take this!
Not on my watch.
Okay, here I go! Start up!
Raging storm. Lunar corruption.
Strike! My turn!
Here! Go!
You're mine!
Some
Stay away from my...
Right up the dark!
Take
this!
I can't lose. Blah blah blah. Feel.
Power shot!
It's on!
All healed! Will this help?
You picked the wrong fight! You're mine!
Now or never.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
This should do it!
Here's Aurora! Charger blade!
Freeze Lancer.
Inferno!
Amazing.
Photon.
Rising Falcon!
Flaming meteor! Inferno!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a
Here
healing
I
art.
come!
Down! You're on!
Do it.
All yours, Kisara.
The flames will roar.
Blue escape!
Crescent moon!
I'm not done!
I'll smash you.
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane Havoc!
It's getting stronger.
Switching up its moves! Watch out!
Pressure!
Eat, sir! Illuminate the dark!
Take this!
Come forth!
It looks like you made a mess.
Holy
Through
Red!
escape!
A chain between
Guess I
heaven
have
and
to use it
Venus.
sometime.
Try harder!
Annihilation!
Here I come!
That
Through
move!
escape! Here comes the big one! Not a chance!
One more!
Through escape!
Power enough!
It's over!
Take this!
Here
I
comes heaven and earth!
Save you!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Can't get out of this!
Guess I had to use it
You're
sometime.
mine! Through escape!
Switch to offense!
Stardust!
Hurricane strike!
You're mine! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Let's go!
Take this! I'm not done!
Havoc!
There you go! Magic Arnex are coming through!
Meteor!
Not in your dreams!
Into
Here I
your
come!
offense!
It's go time!
Going deep!
Take this!
Up and
Here I
out!
come!
Let's go!
Flaming meteor!
Raging Death Pierce!
Here I
This
come!
one's mine!
Armor won't save you!
Will this help? Blah, 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 magic! Seal! Healing circle!
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Let's get you all tucked away.
This
one's mine.
I'm not done! Burn in hell!
Nothing gets by me.
Here's a healing arc.
I'm not done!
Divine!
Now or never.
One more.
I won't move. Not now.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Hurricane strike!
Let me help. Don't mind if I do.
I'm not done!
Radiant break! Wind Astrolabe!
Take this!
Strike!
Lunar
Through
blast!
escape!
Lightning orb!
Carve through armor!
Raging
this
Death
You
Magic
picked the
and
wrong
healing
fight!
circle! I'm all
Here I
stopped up!
go!
Annihilation!
I'm not done!
Come on! You have to hold on! Can't be happening!
You're mine! Rising Wyvern!
Going in.
A new leaf on life!
We've almost got it beat.
It's getting weaker!
Sloppy.
No further! I'm not done!
Illuminate
Soda!
the dark! It's weakened! Holy
Take this!
glimmer!
This ends now!
Holy Here's a healing heart in earth! I won't give up! Away! Banshee
Shattering
of
of pieces! Attack time!
Here!
Take this!
Rising
Rising Stardust!
Ready to go!
Feel pain for the...
I've still got some fight left in me.
Do you require a hand?
Illuminate!
Take it! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here, let me help.
Far
The doctor
enough.
ordered.
I'm not done! Stardust! Strike!
Chain between heaven and earth. Here's a healing arc.
Through escape! Double Demon Fang! Kisara!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
No way!
Looks like the little guy had a trick up its sleeve.
There's always something bigger and slimier.
Do you require a hand? In a bind?
I'll be saving this one. Sleep now.
You're mine!
This one will come in handy.
Stardust!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Here I come!
Where are you going? Hold on to your standing form. Here I come. I'll bring you back. Sorry.
Race over one! Save you!
You require
A chain between heaven
This
and
isn't
earth.
looking good.
Wait.
We should be able to cook here.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
No choice.
Look sharp! Hurricane! Some ice
Be
under
still!
This one's mine!
The heavens must be smiling.
Look out! What the hell is that? Hey! You want a piece of me?
Stay calm, Law. It's coming for us.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry. I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
I never miss.
Negative gate!
Go for the weak point.
Hurricane flight!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it. Elusive deity!
Lunar corruption.
Eagle Ray!
Lunar
This
blast.
one's mine!
You picked the wrong fight.
Outstanding form.
Now you see what I can do!
Plenty left!
Eagle Ray!
Lunar blast. Back into the
Look
fray.
sharp!
I'm nearly done for.
Going in! Plenty left!
Now I can let loose.
This one's mine!
Water. Hear my call.
I'm ready! Going in!
Demon Fang!
Plenty left!
Demon Fang!
Here's the evil.
Destruction!
Look sharp!
Blazer.
Crush! It's on!
Let me help.
No dawn shall
First
take
aid.
this!
All right! Elfin!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Here's a healing arc.
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
I owe you one.
Double Demon Fang!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Sonic Thrust! Can you take it? What the?
Watch out. It's changing its attack.
Rising
This
Wyvern!
one's mine!
Stardust!
Bloody hell! Take this!
Where are you going?
It's too much!
Ignite!
Breath of life! Heal my weary
On guard!
companion!
Far enough! This one's
you!
mine!
Carve
I'm
through
right behind you!
help you!
Tear!
That's it!
Void Flash!
No chance! You're open! This one's
Take it!
mine!
Heal!
Art expert, coming through.
I let my guard down.
Stay away from my friend!
Guess I had to use it sometime. Their arts were interrupted.
Double Demon Fang!
All right. Let me
Down on the
out.
ground.
No chance.
Hitting pile driver.
I let my guard down.
Here's a
Burn in
healing heart.
hell.
First aid.
I have to train harder.
On your knees. Sword Alpha.
Hurricane.
I'll smash you. Flew away. Air pressure.
Look sharp.
I won't lose. Not now. Not ever. Take this.
Take this. I let my guard down.
Here's evil.
Shine.
Freeze
Radiant.
I have to train harder.
Regeneration.
Going in.
Regenerate.
Don't mind if I do.
He who prepares is
Not
free
like
from
this.
regret. Forgive me. This is my
Demon.
fault.
Pile driver. Crush. This is ready. Down on the ground.
Light up the dark.
From beyond. Imbue this vanquished soul with light.
You could be. Guardian field. It looks like we made him mad. I owe you one for that.
Take this.
I'm screaming.
Going in.
Bathed blood.
Rending you apart.
Go.
Double demon. Howling. Acceleration wave.
I got you.
Here, let me help.
Light up the dark. Appreciate
No
the
art
help.
of being interrupted
Down.
in a bind.
You have to hold on. On guard.
One more.
Hurricane.
This is some punishment.
Going in. I let my guard down.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Pathetic. Look sharp.
On your knees.
Ready.
Air pressure. Rending you
Look
apart.
sharp.
I don't even know the word
Don't mind if I
defeat.
do. Here's a healing
Take
heart.
this. Seismic rupture.
Glacial speed.
Rising wyvern.
Armor won't save you. I let my guard down.
Freeze limb.
Guess I had to use it sometime.
Here's a healing heart.
It's this. I
Couldn't make
at
it in
him.
time.
Light up the dark. I'm ready to
Double
go.
demon fang.
Pierce evil.
I'm ready to go.
Freeze
No.
shelter.
Can't end here. Not regenerate.
Don't
Double
suffer
demon
in
fang.
Power of flame. Without a trace.
Down on the ground.
fear.
Not done yet.
No further.
Demon fang. Double
Let the
demon
marksman
fang.
handle this.
I let my guard down.
Demon fang.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Out of the woods, it seems. This battle is stacked heavy against us.
So we regroup and try again.
You're right. You must play intelligently.
You
Train harder.
Finish without
Take
a trace.
this. Double demon fang. Wide open.
It won't escape me.
Let me. Help.
Guess I have to use it sometime. Guardian field.
Finish this. Rimwell.
Astral energy.
Say no more. Shockwave down on the ground.
Race. That'll make things easier.
Going in.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Water this time.
Can't it just make up its mind?
You'll pay for that.
I can feel the medicine working.
Rending.
Resuscitation.
I won't give up.
Have to train harder.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Armor won't save you.
Raining.
Going in.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
The power of light.
Here
You're
goes.
mine.
Not in your dreams.
Not like this.
Can't end here.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry. I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
You may be strong, but I'll never aim for the weak spot.
Will this help? Whirling struggle.
On guard!
Prepare to be
Win his
Eternal
other.
devastation!
Thanks, Shion.
And
Just like that, I'm
charging
back
us.
in it. That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Son of gun! I'll leave it to you!
Lacerating tempest! On
Freeze
guard!
Lancer.
Not today!
Explosion.
One more!
Just
Look
burn it
sharp.
up.
Look.
I'll
Take
return
it.
to
Take
Here's
this.
the evil. Outstanding
Denied!
form.
Going in!
Eternal devastation!
Wind astral
On guard.
energy.
Hurricane
Don't mind if I do.
Shockwave
Power of
flash!
flame. Signature field.
Armor won't save you!
Raging
Sword Rain
cascade.
Alpha!
Look sharp! Plenty left!
A chain between heaven
Take
and
that!
earth.
Rising
A
Viper!
wailing banshee of lightning.
The flaming
Down.
eyes of
You're
the
on.
earth to be
I will
let
heal you
free!
all.
It's time! Finish this!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing arc.
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
Hurricane Flavius. Here's the
Sword
evil.
Rain.
Lacerating tempest!
Going
in.
Eat dirt. Just
Where are you going?
What the? Flames?
Watch out. It's changing its attack.
Light up the dark!
What would I
Dragon
do?
Sword.
Hit.
Pierce through!
I'm ready
Rise
to
and
cheer
Viper.
my cause!
Not now! Not
Here.
ever!
Finish
this is...
Come on! You have to hold on! Laser flow!
Here's evil.
Sadistic descent!
Freeze Lancer.
Lacerating tempest! I let my guard down. I'll heal
Bananas,
to
let's
this!
go. Resuscitation.
Take this!
Look sharp!
I
I let my guard down.
Here goes.
Pathetic!
Don't mind if I do.
Dragon Form!
Thank you so much.
Drive it!
Why'd you heal me?
Hold the line!
Right.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
The power
I'll bring you
of
back from
mine.
death. Better.
You could use a
Give it
hand!
to it!
Resuscitation.
Will this help?
Shattering to pieces!
Ah! Rising
Ready
Viper!
to go!
Healing
Magic
magic
enough.
advance. I owe you, Theon. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Alright, let me out!
Severing Wind! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's what lightning can
Try
do.
this.
I'm ready.
Infernal Torrent!
This one's mine. Steel force.
Take
On
this!
guard! No chance!
Annihilation.
Too slow!
Here!
Look sharp!
Take this!
I owe you
Wall. Lightning can
Double
do.
Demon Fang!
Now you're getting serious?
Demon Fang!
Holy that. A chain between heaven and
Now
earth.
see what I can do!
Lunar a wailing banshee of lightning. By the power of
Not even this!
Gemini off. By the power of
This should do it.
Vanish
Double
without
demon
warning.
eater.
Lightning condemned. Thunderblade.
Not like this!
Stay away from my friend!
I'll bring
Demon
lightning
Fang.
condemned.
Can't it? Here!
Illuminate the dark.
Double Demon Fang!
Will this help?
Demon Fang!
Trade
Lightning
hard.
Demon
current
Fang!
malevolence. Arcane
It's pinned down!
First aid laser.
Shockwave
Dance
flash.
in the wind.
Let me...
A chain between heaven and earth.
Shattering
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Now I can
One more!
Pierce through! Rising Viper!
Denied! I got you!
Void Flash!
Primed and ready.
Where are you
going? Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy lamb. Water.
Can't
Chain
move!
between heaven and earth. By the power of a wailing
thrall
banshee of
contains
lightning. Ow! Explosion. I'm sorry. Let me
You
help.
pay for that!
First aid.
Now I can let loose!
I'll bring you.
An from Death's Abyss.
Swallow blade!
Resuscitation! Use a healing art!
Can't move!
Andy.
Guess I had to use it something.
One at a time.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss.
I owe you.
A whirling
Demon
circle.
Fang! Further!
Resuscitation!
This is...
I'll smash you!
Will this help?
Oh, violent darting wind.
Not done yet!
All healed.
Swallow blade!
Going in.
Heaven and earth.
Right
A wailing
here!
banshee of lightning.
On guard.
Divine
A whirling struggle. Going
Finish
in.
this!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished! You're
Here's a
mine!
healing art.
First aid.
Great.
That'll make things easier.
Rising water!
Water this time.
Can't it just make up its mind?
Sleep now.
You're mine!
Guess I had to use it sometime. All right.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah.
Where are you
You
going?
too. Don't mind if I do.
Shattering
Burn in hell!
pieces! Attack time!
Searing
Now
flame.
you see what I can do!
Reload.
Water.
Severing
Here
blade!
I come.
Devastation! Rising phoenix!
Their
No
arms were
flame
interrupted.
There.
You're mine!
Heaven and earth.
Mega ray.
Devastation!
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Divine
Air thrust.
Demon Fang! Demon Roar!
Raging
No! Can't end here!
Guardian Field. I'm ready to go.
A chain between
I'm
heaven and
ready
earth.
to go.
Here I come!
I'll smash you!
Devastation!
Take this!
I'm healing circle.
Thanks, Sion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Eternal devastation!
Searing flame. Reload.
Destruction!
So now you're getting. Serious?
Appreciate
Heaven and earth. Here. I'm out of ammo.
Be still.
Lightning.
Time to let it rip! This should do it!
Not this.
Ready to go.
Air thrust.
Far enough. No chance.
I'll heal you
On
all.
guard.
Take
Double
this!
Demon Fang!
Healing circle.
Now I can let loose!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Coming through!
Need to pull myself together.
Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
Save you! Swallow blade! Double Demon Fang!
Holy glimmer. Holy legend.
No further!
A chain
Demon
between
Fang!
heaven and earth. A wailing
Here I
banshee of
come!
lightning.
Demon Fang!
On guard.
Flaring
No
Alpha!
chance.
Look sharp!
Here, let me help. Here you go. Nova.
Destruction!
Take care.
Going in.
Swallow blade!
Here's the
This
evil.
one's mine.
Demon Fang!
Free
The
fall.
Let him inside me!
Winds of
To
heaven.
be let free!
I let my guard down.
Take care.
An outstanding
You're
job.
mine!
The power of
Healing flame
I
of
can carve
fury.
through armor!
Raining slap!
In a bind,
Enjoy the ground while you're down
Here
there.
I go! Demon Fang! Inspiration Wave!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss. All healed.
Resuscitation.
Light up the
This
dark.
blaze will roll.
Now I can let loose!
Burning.
Double
Healing
Demon Fang!
circle. Air thrust.
All right.
A whirl.
Thank you for all your help.
Please. Don't mention it.
I'm glad you
Now,
helped.
astral energy. Full throttle.
It's on! Double Demon Fang!
Wait. Where'd the water go?
it's all dried up!
Ignite!
Holy land.
Look sharp.
Chain between
For
heaven
this
and
on
earth.
guard.
Demon Fang!
Confiscated.
One more. Circle. Ready to go.
I owe you one.
Lightning. It's so bright.
It's a pain is what it is!
Swallow blade!
On
Double
guard.
Demon Fang!
Healing art.
In a bind,
Flame.
Incineration Wave!
Chain
One
between
more.
heaven and earth. Oh,
He's ready to go!
Take this!
Light up the sky!
Not like this. This'll come in handy.
Burn in hell!
Light astral energy.
This one is mine!
Torment Alpha! Blue Ray!
Lacerating tactile! Alright, let me at it! The enemy's on the rope! We've got him where we want him! It's time to end this battle!
Alright, let me at
Armor won't save you!
Wailing Dancy of lightning.
Can't get out of this!
Dragon Sword! I owe you one.
Is this it?
I owe
This
you one.
one's
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Eat dirt.
Look sharp!
Will this help?
Where are you going? No chance!
Winds of heaven. Here goes.
Swampy!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
I'll heal you all.
Demon Fang! Double
They're
Demon
not
Fang!
playing around. Healing circle.
This one's mine!
Light.
I'll bring you back from death. I have to train harder.
Here I go.
Resuscitation.
No further!
Charge.
Double Demon Fang!
Hear my
Rising
call.
Wyvern!
Feel my bow.
On guard!
And again.
Armor won't save you!
Mega ray.
Rising Wyvern!
Raging storm. Celestial.
Denied!
Burning. Just what the doctor
I'll
ordered.
bring you back from this one's mine! I let my guard down.
Air thrashing. Here's a healing arc.
I owe you.
First aid. Winds of
Sonic
heaven.
Thrust!
I'll bring.
Prepare to be seared!
Air thrust. Resuscitation.
No further!
I have to train harder. This one's mine!
Thunder
I'll
field.
bring you back from death to field!
Shattering
guiding wind! Swampy!
Carve now through all.
Here, let me help!
I'm
And
not
here,
done yet!
save.
I'm not done!
Mega ray. Hold on to your arm.
I'll bring you
Here
back
I
from
come.
death to
No!
field!
Can't end
This
here!
one's mine!
Aqueous thirst.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Celestial hammer. Sorry.
Glacial... Spear! Pierce the evil!
gonna
Look
hit
sharp!
Rising Wyvern!
Freeze laser.
Can't get out of this!
Rising Phoenix!
Wind astral energy.
What the...
Hurricane flight.
Try this!
Not like this!
Lightning condemned. Thunder blade.
You!
Illuminate the blah 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 magic. Holy
Incineration
land.
wave.
A chain between
No.
heaven and earth.
Can't end here!
A wind. Tempest whirl. Close flight. Celestial hammer. Ice prison. I'm sorry.
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt.
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
Dragon Form!
Just go for the weak point.
Look sharp!
The flame inside is sure to be let free!
Take this! Healing circle!
Carve through armor!
I'm not done!
Thanks, Shion.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time.
I
Thank
really
you,
don't.
Zara.
Further! Rising Wyvern!
This one's mine!
Rising Falcon!
Going in!
Hurricane
Here I
flight.
come!
Raging cascade.
Will this help?
Spread. A whirling
Demon
circle.
Fang.
Healing circle. Winds of heaven.
Look sharp! Pull us up together!
It's too much!
Guardian wheel.
Ready and
Thunder blade.
Shut
A chain
your
between
hell.
heaven and earth. Annihilation.
All right, prepare
A
to be
wailing
seized.
Dancy of lightning.
You could use a hand.
Finish this!
Elton!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
What did I tell you? Don't get in our way!
I'm ready to go!
A whirling struggle.
What the?
Watch out! It's changing its attack!
There!
Use the healing
Rise
art!
up!
That'll bring you down! Get on in there with... Together. Raging Cascade!
Glacial Spear!
Here's
Rising
the
Light! You picked the wrong fight!
Alright! I'll heal you all!
Sonic Thrust!
Between
Rising
heaven
Light!
and earth. It looks like you got
Take
this one
this.
covered. Need to pull myself together.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Right.
No chance! Surprise!
Finish with
This
this
should do it!
Hydration orb! Alright, hold on to your... Alright,
Flash!
here I come!
Light up the I let my guard down!
Stay away from my friends! Demon Punch!
All healed!
Demon Side makes yours to be let free!
Their arcs were interrupted! Alright!
I can carve through Demon Fang!
Throbs in pain.
You could use a hand!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Demon Fang!
What would I do without
In a
you?
bind?
Mirage!
Healing circle! I got you!
Dragon Swarm!
Far enough! I got you!
Finish without a trace!
Explosive Ring!
Take this!
Illuminate the dark!
Changing tactics!
There's no telling what it'll do! Stay
It
focused!
looks like we made a mess!
Devastation! Rising Phoenix!
Shattering
Pieces!
Attack time!
Glacial Spear!
You're mine! This one's mine!
Look sharp!
Freeze Lancer! I'll be saving this
Rising
one!
Wyvern!
Guardian! I let my guard down!
In the
You'll
sky!
pay for
Come
that.
on! One at a time!
Dragon Swarm!
Here's the healing dance in the wind!
Explosive Ring!
A whirling struggle! Here!
I owe you one.
Field!
Winds of heaven!
Sonic Thrust!
Swappy!
Magic Radiant Air Thrust!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll bring you back from destiny!
Can't get out of this! Is this it?
Holy
I owe you one.
Resuscitation!
Demon Fang! Is this it?
I have to train harder!
Illuminate the
Now
dark
you see
circle!
what I can do!
Holy
Guess
glitter!
I had to
Our
use it
expert coming
sometime.
through! Well, pain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning!
This
Don't
should
mind
do
if I
it.
do!
Demon Fang!
Huh.
Double Demon Fang!
What was I thinking? Raging
Demon
Guardian
Fang!
Field!
I owe you one. Take this! I owe you one.
Right up the door!
You're mine!
I'm out of
All
air!
right. Win.
Let me out!
Devastation!
Dance in the healing circle! Air thrust! Pain between heaven and
Appreciate the help! Light up the
Double
door!
Demon Fang!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'm down! Your arm!
In a bind?
Here! Let me help!
Light extra letter dance in the wind!
Come on!
Magic
You
is
have to hold on!
Thunder!
Do it! Ready to go! Ridwell!
Frozen!
Hammer!
Waves will roar!
Look sharp!
Sealed!
Erase!
That'll make easier.
Dragon
Right,
Swarm!
right.
I owe you one.
Far enough!
Hey, one at
I'm
a
ready.
time. Come on, here.
I'm ready
Water
to
this
go.
time.
Can't you just make up its mind?
Well, this
This one is mine!
Prepare to be seized! Demon Fang! Double
In a
Demon
bind?
Fang!
Swappy!
Demon Fang!
right
Double
healing
Demon
circle.
Fang! There!
Can't be happening!
This one's mine!
Sorry.
Now I can let
Armor
loose!
won't save you!
What was I thinking?
Rising Wyvern!
Dance in the wind.
Look sharp!
Air thrust.
Mirage!
Annihilation.
Vacuum Blaze!
Burning.
Double
wind.
Demon
Look
Fang!
First force.
Incineration Wave!
Blood. Cyclone.
This one is mine!
Burning. Here goes.
Swallow Blade!
Not on my watch.
Try this!
There you go.
Inferno
Don't
Blade.
let up. Annihilation. Radiant.
This is time to let it rip!
Sorry.
The flame inside me is yours to
I'm
be
ready
let
to
free!
go!
Shattering up! Demon Fang!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Better!
Sword Rain out! You picked the wrong fight!
Lunar Corruption! Raging Star! Aqua!
Armor 1-6 swapping!
Rising Rocket! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Guardian Field! I'm ready to go!
I hope this...
Eat dirt! That'll bring you down, the power of light! I'm ready to go!
I'll bring you back from death to
Demon
death!
Fang! This! Demon Fang!
Not like this!
I'll bring you back from death to
I'm
death!
gonna need more of that medicine. Demon
Resuscitation!
Fang!
I won't give up!
You just had to make things difficult for us, didn't you?
What are you muttering about? Focus or you'll get hurt!
Don't worry, I'll have this wrapped up in a flash.
A charge like that can easily be
Go for the
fatal.
weak point!
Just as well, I'm here to stop it!
Incineration
Regeneration!
You picked the wrong fight!
Mighty
He
Lash!
who prepares is free from
Far
regret.
enough! Going in!
Let us take to the
Swallow
fray.
blade!
Ready!
Down on the
Here,
ground.
let me help!
Now you see what I can do.
All
Double
right,
Demon
let me...
Fang! Demon Fang!
I got you!
Double Demon Fang!
Right up
Can't
the
get
door.
out of this.
Incineration wave!
Water!
I'm
hear
ready to
my
go.
call!
Double Demon Fang! The blade of the
Here's evil!
Be let free!
Hurricane
Might
Blade!
Driving blade!
Here, let me help!
Right up the door!
Double Demon Fang!
I'm ready to go!
Negative shape! Double Demon Fang!
Guardian Field! You could use a hand!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Breath of life.
What did I tell you?
companion.
Don't get in our way.
Cure! I owe you one.
Now you see what I can do.
It's time to escape!
Take this.
Here,
No
let me
further.
help! First aid!
What the deity? Flames?
Watch out! It's changing its attack!
Look shot!
Mega
Sword
Ray!
Rain Alpha!
Gemini Aqua! Primed and
Look
red!
shot!
This one's mine!
Rising Wyvern! Catapult!
This is some punishment.
Come on!
This has a
You
most
have to
peculiar
hold on.
taste.
Searing the
Rising
blade!
Wyvern! Do it!
Resonate with
I
the
got
audience.
Rising Phoenix!
Stalagmite.
Red!
On
You
your
picked the
knees.
wrong fight!
Take this.
Burning Strike!
I'll smash you.
Air pressure. Rending you up.
I'm ready to
Prepare to be
Dragon Swarm!
Use the healing art! First aid!
Thank you for all your help. Please,
I'm ready to go!
don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
No further.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Shot across. Radiant light.
You could
Demon
use a
Fang!
swap!
I couldn't make it in
Here
time.
goes! By the power of flame!
Let us from beyond.
Double Demon
Imbue
Fang!
this vanquished soul with light.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
I have to train harder!
Here I come!
Armor won't save you.
Severing Wing!
Engulf you.
I'm all done!
I like my guard down!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
No rest for the wicked.
What the?
From beyond. Imbue this vanquished soul with light. Resuscitation.
I have to train harder!
Out of the woods, it seems. Down on the ground. This is some punishment.
You'll pay for that! Demon Fang!
Look shot!
No.
Can't end here!
Beyond. Imbue this vanquished
Now you're getting
soul with
serious! Yes!
resuscitation.
No chance!
Breath of life.
Now
Heal my
you've gone
wearied
and kicked me
companions.
off!
Mega Ray!
Sadistic
Annihilation
device!
through! Mega Ray!
Not like this!
Rising Light!
Train harder!
Shine, radiant light.
Guardian Field! I'm ready to go!
Let the
Forgive
marksman
me.
handle this.
This is my fault. Prepare to be sealed. In a bind.
Annihilation! Searing! Flame! Reload!
Resonate with the earth.
I'll bring you back from
Stalagmite.
depths abyss.
Another incantation ruined.
Resuscitation! Glacial spear! Pierce
Shine,
evil!
radiant light.
Guardian
Force of
Flare.
regeneration.
All right.
I'll
Regeneration.
bring you back from depths
It's in your
abyss.
hands now.
Resuscitation!
I owe you
The power of light!
Okay, here I go.
Power of
Start up.
Swampy!
Is this it? I'll smash you. I've healed myself. From beyond, imbue this vanquished
healing art.
soul with life.
Resuscitation! Not in your dreams!
Water!
Hear my...
Into everlasting darkness. Negative demon
Burning strike!
demon fang.
Guardian Field! I'm ready to go!
Healing circle!
I'm ready to go!
Double demon fang.
Melee! I owe you
By
one.
the power of flame!
No
Vanish
further.
without
You
a
could
trace.
use a hand. Look sharp.
Demon fang.
Onward.
This one's mine.
Look sharp.
Water!
I'll
Hear my
smash you.
call!
Air
Far
pressure.
enough. This one's mine.
Red!
Stalagmite.
Burning crush!
Double demon fang.
Dead!
Incineration wave.
Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Not done yet. Eagle rage. Double demon fang. Down on the ground. Sitting.
Hold on to your art! Here I come!
Double
Not
demon
in your
fang.
dreams!
Regeneration.
Searing flame! Reload!
Take this. I owe you one.
Searing
Double
flame!
demon fang.
Vanish
your death, Dream.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
By the power of flame!
Incineration wave.
Vanish without a trace!
Great.
That'll make things easier.
This one's mine.
I'm ready to go.
Soaring blast.
Power
won't save you. Demon fang.
Red!
Shine. Radiant light.
Water this time!
Regeneration.
Can't it just make up its mind?
Allow me to help you. That a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain.
Sorry,
I'll try to be more
I didn't
patient.
put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Lacerating tempest.
Now if you let
I
loose,
never miss!
I let my guard down.
Back into
can't
the
get
fray!
out of this!
Lunar blast! Back
Here
into the
goes!
fray! Annihilation! Searing flame!
The natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat. From this battle.
Retreat? I would never!
This vanquished soul with light. Resuscitation.
I can't lose.
Take this.
Annihilation!
Reload.
Annihilation!
Rain
This one is mine.
Can't move. Penumbra.
Explosion!
Elusive deity. Soaring
Look sharp.
blast.
Plenty left.
You require a hand.
Lacerating
Take this.
tempest.
I owe you one.
Denied. This one's
Try
mine.
harder. Think sharpen. Here I
Lunar
come.
corruption!
Blue escape.
By the power of water!
Devastation.
Now see what I can do!
Demon
Searing
fang.
flame! Reload!
The flame
Lunar
inside me
corruption.
yearns to be let free.
By the power of
Such
water!
unadulterated
Radiant
fury.
pit! Not in your dreams!
Shockwave
Will
strike.
this help?
Sonic thrust.
That'll bring you down!
Fusion.
Rocket field!
Severing wind. Now or never.
Mega ray!
Can't get out of this.
Gemini! Aqua!
Thrilling performance.
Demon
fang. Can you take it?
Healing circle!
Double demon kill.
By the power...
I let my guard down.
Stay away from my friend. I'll smash you. Demon fang.
Explosion!
Infuse it. Take this. In a bind.
Fred! I'll bring you back
Out of
from
the
death's
woods,
abyss.
These.
Resuscitation!
Seismic Rupture!
Into the shadows! Mega Ray!
Penumbra!
The Art Expert coming
From
through!
beyond, imbue this vanquish soul with light! Resuscitation!
All right, let me at him.
Here, let me help.
No further.
Guardian Shield!
Rising Wyvern!
I'll bring you back from death to
Now
this.
you see what I can do.
Rising Falcon!
I'm ready to go. Don't worry, I've got plenty. Go.
healed
I can
myself.
handle
Here I
it.
come!
Far enough.
Dance
I'm
in the
not
wind!
done!
Now or never.
It's real
Outstanding
deep
form.
dirt!
Seismic Rupture! In a bind?
Freeze Lancer!
Look sharp.
Water! Here I
You're mine!
Feel my weary
Sword
control.
Rain Alpha!
Here's evil!
Raining Slash!
Freeze Lancer!
This is looking
Save you. What the?
This should do
Negative
it!
gate! On your
Double
knees.
Demon Fang!
From beyond.
Demon! Fang!
Hold on to your art.
Double
Here I
Demon
come!
Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Feel my
Here's the healing art!
Can't end here!
Aid! Bloody Help this! Searing Flame! Reload!
Take this!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Seismic
Resuscitation!
Rupture! Dance in the
Mega Ray!
wind!
Gemini!
You're mine!
Ready and ready! I'm ready!
Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal you all!
Nothing gets by me.
Double Demon Fang!
Wait! Where'd the water go?
It's all dried up!
I owe you one for that.
Strut!
It's so bright!
It's a pain is what it is! I'll blind you with
It's
the
far
dust!
enough. Going in.
Now or
Look.
never! Smash you!
Pierce
My
through!
Vila!
I owe you one.
And
And just like that, I don't have much left.
This death
Here goes!
can't get out of this!
I'm ready to
You're
go.
mine!
Searing
everlasting
Try this!
dark.
Reload!
Negative gate!
Explosive ring!
On your knees!
Down! Confiscated!
Air pressure!
Lunar
Rending you
corruption!
apart!
By the power
Bloody
of
Here I
howling!
come!
No!
Mega Ray!
Can't end here!
Ready to go.
Beyond!
Annihilation!
Imbue this vanquished soul with
Here's
light!
a healing art!
Resuscitation!
I owe you one for that.
I owe you one.
Ready and rare!
Try harder!
Now you see what I can do! They smite with
Lightning!
blackened blade!
Is this it?
Will this help? The power of light. Not like this.
Healing circle! I didn't think you had it in.
Focus! There'll be time to
I
congratulate
won't
me
give
later.
up! Nothing much I can say to that.
I have to train harder. Not like this.
Throbs in pain.
Into the shadows!
Sword Rain Alpha! Raining Slash!
No further!
Dark Shield!
Elusive deity!
Annihilation!
Everlasting dark! Soaring blast!
Not on my watch! Annihilation!
Such unadulterated fury! From beyond!
This was shattering
Imbue
us
this vanquished soul
pieces.
with light.
Attack time.
Resuscitation!
I'm ready!
Appreciate that.
I'll smash you!
Here!
I owe you one.
Will this help?
Take this! No escape!
Resonate with the
Raining
earth!
Slash!
Denied.
Crush!
On your
Where are you going?
Thanks, Shield.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Here, let me
Look sharp.
In a bind?
Appreciate the help.
No! Can't end here!
Mega Ray!
No further.
Light up the dark.
I'll bring you back
All
from
right.
death's abyss.
Let me at him.
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art!
Out of the woods.
I owe you one for that.
Down on the ground.
Glacial Spear!
Sonic
Hold
Spear.
on to your art! Here I come!
Soaring
I
blast.
won't give up!
Armor won't save you! Elusive deity! From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with light! Resuscitation!
I can't lose!
Benediction light. Don't get carried away.
Freeze Lancer!
It's in your hands now.
Corruption! Gemini Aqua! Mech! Array! Searing Flame!
guard.
Reload!
Plenty left.
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Look sharp.
Resuscitation! I'll
Not
heal
like
you all.
this.
Pride is my downfall.
Healing! Circle! I'll bring you back from Death's
Imbue
Abyss!
Vanquish
Again.
soul with life.
Radiant
Resuscitation.
Pierce!
Take!
I'm out of ammo! Watch
I have to train harder.
Light.
Not on my watch!
Heal.
I'll bring primed and ready! I never
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with light.
guard.
miss! Lunar
Resuscitation.
corruption! Gemini
Shine.
Aqua!
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Reach no further.
Appreciate the help.
Double demon fang.
Appreciate the help.
Swallow
Going
blade.
in.
Sword rain alpha.
I'll bring you back from Death's
There.
Abyss! Resuscitation!
Can't move.
The power of light.
My pride
All
is
right,
down.
let me at him.
Healing circle!
They're arched ready to go.
Negative
Deny. I let my guard down.
Hear my call!
In a bind. Armor won't save you. From beyond,
Glacial
imbue this
Steel.
vanquished
Here's
soul.
evil.
Now it's
Freeze
my
Lancer!
turn.
Ready! Hear me!
Resuscitation.
Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
Time to
Train harder. What the?
Heal.
The power of light. I'm
From
ready.
beyond,
Swap it.
imbue this vanquished soul with life. Resuscitation.
What was I thinking?
From beyond,
Healing
from
circle!
beyond, imbue this
There,
vanquished
house
soul
it.
with life. Resuscitation.
Downfall! By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
Going in.
From beyond, imbue this vanquished soul with
Now
life.
You see what I can...
This is some punishment.
Mega Ray! Annihilation!
Be still!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! If it's in the sky, it's mine! This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Not on my watch! I'll do it!
Rimmer!
Astral Energy!
Say no more! What was with that creature? It was some sort of a Zoogle that could control light. Rinwell, do you think that could have been...
The true form of the Phantom Flower? No, it couldn't be.
What makes you so sure?
Because...
What the...
Whoa!
What the hell is that? Is the enemy back for more?
Whatever it is, it's freaking huge!
You guys, calm down. It's okay. It's probably... No, it's definitely the Phantom Flower of Navira. I read about it in that book we found earlier. It was described as a mysterious light floating up in the sky. It's not dangerous at all. In fact, this is the place it was first discovered.
So that's how it got its name then. You sure it's not some enemy astral art being cast at us?
Positive. I think it's just a rare and unusual weather phenomenon more than anything else.
Cyslodia obviously used to be covered in darkness around the clock. But with that gone, I guess that's why we're able to see this again?
You could be right. It's so pretty though, isn't it?
Sure. But it's so big we could have seen it from town just fine, couldn't we?
Well, sure, but still.
Hey, who cares where we saw it? I'm just glad we got to see it at all. Besides, that Zoogle was what kept us from seeing it before, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
It's such a gorgeous night sky here. You should really bring Shion out to watch it.
Right. Right. I'll, do that.
It took a lot to get here, but I can't help but feel like a dream of mine came true. Thanks, Law.
I didn't do all that much, really.
Well, I still really appreciate it. It made me really, really happy.
Hey, you know
Oh, it looks like you can see it even better from over there. I'm gonna go check it out.
Huh? Hey, wait! Rinwell?
What a wonderful treasure this is.
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
I feel like somebody's watching us.
Maybe there's someone around.
Huh? You?
Yeah.
Could that be... What the hell? Oh, come on! Again?
I'm skeptical.
Maybe if we use that. You did it! Calm down, dude. Let's hurry.
What language was that? Lawese? I didn't understand a word of it.
Sorry about that. That was Patvo, an old friend of mine. He's like a little bro to me. There's a Zoogle on the loose that he couldn't finish off. Want to help deal with it?
Another? Well, I guess it can't be helped.
Looks like we made it here in one piece. It's freezing.
It's always.
I won't forgive you! This one's mine! Too slow! No!
No dawn shall break this night. Only the best materials in your garments.
You really do have quite the discerning eye, Dohalim.
Yeah, they all kind of look the same to me.
Let's see what you've got.
Look sharp! Don't worry, I've got plenty to go around.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Out of our way!
Armor won't save you!
Is that statue-wielding art? Now I've seen everything!
Pesky airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
In a bind?
That's it!
Flaming thrust!
Hear me! Flame of
Reflect
fury!
on
Art expert coming through! Nothing by watch! Freeze Lancer!
The enemy wields art too.
You'll soon see about that!
Water!
Hear my call! Fled! Glacial
Now
Spear!
you see what I can do!
You're mine!
Elusive
Restorating
rotating
tempest!
I
pile
never
driver.
fit!
This one's mine!
Rising Viper!
Hurricane Fire!
Soaring Lightsphere!
Restorating
Searing
tempest!
Flare!
Mirage!
Watch and
Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine!
Pixar!
Mega Ray!
This one's mine!
Elusive
Let me
deity.
help!
Rotating
First
pile
aid!
driver.
Appreciate the
Rising
help!
Viper!
Now or never. No further.
This one's mine! Denied!
Light!
On guard!
The everlasting
Now!
God.
Lunar Corruption!
Dragon Sword!
Wanting
Try
left!
this! Shattering Explosive Ring!
Primed and ready!
You.
This one's mine!
Rotating pile driver.
Annihilate!
Rising Viper!
Power of flame!
I'm ready!
Finish without a trace! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'll heal you all!
You're
This
mine!
one's mine!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll grind you into
Raining
dust.
Going in!
Eternal Devastation!
Hurricane Blade!
Into
Restorating
everlasting
tempest!
Not in your dreams!
Negative gate.
Mega Ray!
Eat dirt!
Will this
Air
help?
pressure.
Here I come!
Look sharp! Hurricane Flight!
I don't know what
Beast
I'd
of
do
Soul!
without
Restorating tempest!
Perhaps now isn't time.
Take it down.
All together, everyone!
Take this!
Look sharp!
No escape!
Denied!
Glacial Spear! Pierce evil!
Onward.
The enemy's reeling!
Complacency is the root of error.
Rising
Point
Phoenix!
taken! Stay sharp, everyone! I'm...
Can you take it?
Spread!
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Begin.
Here I come!
Restorating tempest! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Look sharp!
Rising
I'll
Viper!
face you.
It's on!
Look sharp!
Burn in hell! Finish it!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
That took more energy than I expected.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Oh, yeah!
Huh?
Hey! What?
Huh? I'm skeptical.
Is that...
What? Hey!
What?
What's going on here?
Oh, come on!
Huh?
What was that all about?
He just thinks something's going on between me and Rinwell. And Rinwell being Rinwell took it the wrong way. Which means now I'm getting an earful from both of them.
That really didn't explain anything.
That was quite the little adventure we went on. I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help. Art expert coming through!
Gonna need more of that
Hurricane firing!
You must be tired of healing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Let loose. Glad you're on our side, Dohalim.
The heavens must be smiling.
Huh?
Why?
Oh, yeah? Dohalim.
It'd be bad news if this had something to do with that wedge business.
What I don't get is, why here? What could possibly be out here?
We'll find out for ourselves whether it's coincidence or something more.
You guys want to rest here?
through!
On guard!
Strike!
Annihilation!
Double
This
demon
one's
blade!
mine! Vanish without a trace!
A comfortable win.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. Oh?
Are we underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Danon temple, instead of destroyed. It must have been buried and preserved. Either that, or it was constructed underground to begin with.
Careful! We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
Barrier!
I shall ensure you survive this.
Destruction!
Look sharp!
Eternal devastation!
Lacerating tempest!
This one's mine!
On your knees.
This one's mine!
This one's mine!
Lacerating!
Going
Here
in!
I go!
Another incantation ruined.
Don't mind if I do.
Double
This
demon
one!
blade!
Do it! Elfin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Did it!
Yeah! Nice technique! This one's right up the door! I'm ready to go!
Double demon fang!
Look sharp! Hurricane
Take this!
You're
On
mine!
guard!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Guardian
Ready
Field!
this time!
I got you!
Eternal Eat Dirt!
I'm ready!
In an instant! Impact Cross!
Nice try! Hurricane
Swallow Blade!
Let's do it!
Rising River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoogles.
They were part of these ruins, but it seems the astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its privacy.
Crazy left! Hurricane Strike! Lacerating Tempest! One more! I'm ready! This one's mine!
This one's mine!
Rising
This
Lightning!
one's mine!
Soaring Light Spear!
Water, hear my
Mirage Burn!
That's it! Hurricane Strike! Burning! Lacerating
Glacial
Tempest!
Shield!
Blade!
Here's
Now you
evil!
see what I can do!
Rising Weapon!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alpin!
It's time to
This
end this
one's
battle!
mine!
I'm right beside
Hard up!
you!
This one's mine!
Rending Captivity!
Lacerating Tempest!
Resonate with the
Take
earth!
this!
Select! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Reload!
Here I come!
Everlasting
I'm not
darkness!
done!
Negative
Blow
gate!
away!
Take this!
Eternal Devastation! This
Don't
one's
mind
all
if I
mine!
On guard!
Demon Fang!
Conky left!
do. Radiant here!
Burn in hell!
Do it! Unity!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone! Will they help you? Look sharp!
Here I come!
Take this! I'm ready! Doing it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Surprise! To the fray!
Rising
Do
Wind!
it! Dion!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Anything in armor is all mine! Take this!
Primed and ready!
This one's
Begin! Hurricane! This one's mine!
seismic
Lacerating tempest!
Everything goes to you!
Travis Field! Art expert coming through!
Down on the ground!
Amazing.
Rotating pile driver! Rising Falcon!
Down! Your art!
By the power of flame!
Incineration Wave! Down on the ground! Take this!
Look sharp! Far enough! This one's mine!
Demon Fang! Pierce through! Demon Fang!
Lacerating tempest! Take this!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
Can't get out of this!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
Lacerating
Demon Fang!
tempest!
Finish this!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Resonate with the earth!
You're mine!
Stalagmite!
I've taken too many
On your
hits!
knees! Armor won't save you!
Okay, here
Alright, let me at him!
Blow away!
Alright, let me at him! I'm ready! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Breath of life!
It's on!
Heal my weary
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Going in!
Here's a healing
Today!
Rotating pile driver! Our surge is through!
Their arts were interrupted! Deny!
I'm ready!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Benediction!
Surprise! On guard! Hurricane Heat!
I'll smash you!
Going in!
You're on!
By the
Dragon
power of
Swarm!
flame!
Going in!
Finish
Hurricane
it!
Strike!
Take this!
This one's mine!
I'm ready!
Grimlow!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Breath of life! Heal my wearied companions! Cure!
Thank you for the healing, Dohalim.
Our comrades need our abilities to survive.
Right. No one is dying on our watch.
The ancient Danans must have built it to honor the strength of the astral energy that runs through here.
But if that's the case, what does it have to do with that face we saw above ground?
Without further research, I wouldn't be able to say.
Let the Marksman handle this!
Double Demon Fang!
Here, let me help!
Incineration Wave!
You made me angry! That was a bad idea!
Eat dirt!
Alright, let me... No chance!
Swallow Blade! Sword Rain Alpha!
This one's mine!
Rising
Nothing
Wonder!
gets by me!
Luna Rondo!
Watch and weep!
I'll smash you!
Confiscated!
You made me angry!
Shockwave Slash!
That was a bad
Blade!
idea!
Try this!
Alright, let me out!
Eternal Torrent!
Guardian Field!
Healing
I'm
circle!
ready to go!
Penumbra!
Annihilation!
The power of flame!
Reload!
Sadistic descent! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Now I can...
Cure!
Going in!
Double
Deny!
Demon Fang!
This one's
In a bind?
Incineration Wave!
on guard!
The fluidity of your movement.
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone! Nice try!
Here,
Going
let me
in!
help.
Lacerating tempest!
I'll smash you!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Here I come! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
One more!
Destruction! Eternal devastation!
I'm ready! Elfin!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone! I'm ready! Guess I had to use it sometime.
Ready!
It's time! Take this!
Take it! Pounce it! Watch and read!
Here, catapult!
On guard! Kill! Hurricane strike! Lacerating tempest!
Rending you apart! Bloody
I never miss!
Double demon fang! Inspiration wave!
Lightning!
with the earth!
Far enough!
Stalagmite!
Going in!
You're mine! Severing wave!
Thrilling performance.
First aid!
I owe you one!
Guardian!
Reload!
The power of light! I'm ready to go!
Devastation! Now you see what I can do!
Do it!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
I'll heal you all!
Take this!
Hurricane! Don't mind if I do! Here's the healing
Rending
arc!
you apart! Can't get out of this!
Hurricane strike!
Burn!
Lacerating tempest!
Can you take it? Does it
Take
hurt?
this!
Finish it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
No! Annihilate the soul!
I'll grind you into
Mega
dust!
ray!
Sword Alpha!
By the power of
This
one!
one's mine!
Captivity!
Hurricane strike! Beast assault! Ready to go!
I'll
Far
face
enough!
you!
Look sharp!
You're mine!
Do it! Hurricane open!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix strike blow!
Hear me!
Got you!
Flame of fury!
Look sharp!
Require a hand.
Burning
Rising
strike!
Wyvern!
Glacial
No
spear!
further!
Hear me!
I'm ready!
Astral energy!
Say no more.
Too slow!
It's in the
Beast
sky!
assault!
You're mine! Penumbra! Take this!
Ready! Radiant
This one's
clear!
mine.
I
Handle
never
it.
miss!
No dawn shall break this
Hurricane
night!
strike!
By the power
Lacerating
of one!
tempest!
Mega ray!
Going in!
Annihilation!
Not
They
today.
smite with bludgeon blade!
Take this!
Vanish
Armor
without a
won't
trace!
save you! Swallow this! Execute there!
On guard! Hurricane strike!
I'm nearly done
Lacerating
for.
tempest!
Shockwave flash!
Healing
Lacerating
strike!
far enough!
Here I go.
On
Hold
guard!
nothing back.
Healing
Wyvern!
fury! Burning strike!
Lacerating strike!
Yours are not the skills of just any warrior.
Save your compliments. We have to move.
Driven and
Hurricane
talented.
strike!
Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet Inferno. Double demon
Here I
fang.
go! Going in!
To the shadows!
City dirt.
Do it!
Look sharp.
Lightning Tiger Blade!
No!
Hear my Don't mind if I do!
Country left!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Lacerating tempest! Look sharp!
I'll heal you all!
Now you see what I can do!
Lacerating tempest!
Burning strike!
Water! Hear my call!
Finish it. In an instant. Impact cross. We work well together.
Like a finely timed
That'll
waltz.
bring you down!
Plenty
left.
Burn.
Do it!
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Prepare to be sealed!
Gemini Aqua!
Negative gate!
Rising
By
Wyvern.
the power of flame!
This one's mine! Denied!
Hold on to your arc! Here I come!
On guard!
Ready and ready!
Take this!
Infernal
Armor
turret.
won't save you!
Burning strike!
Shine! Radiant light!
Look sharp!
Of regeneration!
Hurricane strike!
Regenerate!
Look sharp!
You must be tired of killing me. I'm merely doing what I can to help.
Glad you're on our
This
side.
one's mine!
Captivity!
Take this!
Annihilation!
No chance! Got you! This one's mine! Look sharp! Anything in armor is all mine! Hurricane Cyclone! Lacerating Tempest!
In a bind?
Take this! Look sharp!
Dragon
Outstanding form! Sadistic descent! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Got you!
Lunar corruption!
Rising Wyvern!
Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine!
Rising Falcon!
Healing circle!
Hurricane Strike! On guard! Lacerating Tempest!
Finish it!
Mega Ray!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Got you! How's that?
Pierce!
Hurricane Strike!
Dragon Form!
Hold on to your
Burn it
heart.
out!
Here I come! Lightning!
Guardian Field!
Here's a healing
Back
arc!
to Blade!
Power of Varna! Do it! Nelson!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
It's go time!
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Something feels different.
Stay sharp. It looks like we've got trouble.
Yeah, we can tell.
This one's mine!
We've got orbs incoming!
It must have summoned them.
The last thing we need's a crowd. Let's dispatch them quickly.
It's almost too strong.
Then I'll split it open!
Be my guest.
Armor won't save you!
Gravitas
This
field!
one's
This one's mine!
This should do it.
You wanna play? Come at me!
Another incantation druid.
I'm ready to go! I'm ready to go!
Shattering?
What the hell is going on?
Fall back, Alphen. We'll take point here.
Thanks.
Finally, some open space again.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Did we really just spend that much money?
We finally made it.
Okay, off we go.
You guys want to rest here?
Lost! Going in! This one's mine!
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane! Lacerating!
That's an interesting stance.
It's part of the Renin style.
A style made of both sides.
You're feistier than you look.
Can't change the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic, but fair.
Wow! Look what I just found.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Not on my watch! This one's mine!
Going in!
You're mine! I'll take you all on!
Alright,
Your reflexes will not serve you well here.
I'm ready to go! I'm ready to go!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
On guard! Lacerating tempest! You've got a knack for battle.
I still plan on training, though.
That's what I like to hear.
A comfortable win.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
We should be able to cook here.
Huh? Why are you staring at me?
Oh, we thought we'd turn the tables and critique your appearance for a change.
It's not fair if we're the only ones subjected to it.
What?
Did you guys hear? Apparently, she found that dress of hers in some old ruins.
Alphen, we haven't heard from you yet. Would you care to tell us your verdict?
Sure, I guess. To be honest, when I first saw Shion in that dress, I
Quit it!
was absolutely captivated.
All right, I think that's enough fun for one day. Whoa, that came out perfect.
Mind if I join you, Law? Hey, Law, about what you said before.
When?
You were telling me how there were things you wished you could have asked your dad. If you want, you can always come to me with your questions.
What brought this on all of a sudden? Don't I already lean on you enough as it is?
Still, there's plenty you would want to ask him if he was still alive, right?
I mean, yeah, but I think you'll have a hard time answering any of them, if I'm being honest.
How come?
I mean, the stuff I want to ask him about is, like, how he met my mom and how he won her over. Stuff like that. Anyway, not really something you can help with, right?
You're right. Sorry, Law. I can't even begin to imagine how to help with that.
You're telling me. I just wish there was someone experienced I could ask about this kind of stuff.
Yeah, he was definitely that.
Let's make sure to kick ass tomorrow, too. You guys ready to hit the road? I know I am.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Is something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Xion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dahna. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dahna even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Xion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dahna, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Xion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this red woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danans poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danans among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
Your lordship, oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Ganabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Yes! Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Annabelle was so horrible to people. Yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabeld also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right, too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Okay.
seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust, as a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
This place is beautiful!
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnagin. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnagin. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less. She would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen,
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Damn it! Lenegis soldiers!
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Ho! I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
The rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Far enough! I see you! Here my plenty left! Fire support! Not on my watch! Going in! Hurricane strike! Glacial spear! Shattering! Pieces! Attack time! Everlasting counter! Eagle ray! Lacerating tempest! This one's mine! I'm ready to go! Hurricane strike! Lacerating tempest! Let's do it!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
I won't forgive you! I'm gone!
with the earth!
Denied!
You're mine!
Going in!
Air pressure!
These ones can run rings around us!
Lunar Rondo!
The power of light! Alright, let me at him!
Regeneration!
I'm ready to go!
Stand back! I'll trip it up.
Pieces! Attack time!
On
Here
your
goes!
way. I'm in your debt.
Annihilation! Mega Ray!
Armor won't
save you! By the power of
Ignite!
water!
Bloody
Hurricane strike! Lacerating tempest! Not on my watch! Do it! This one's mine! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
quite necessary when creating weaponry.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Not today!
This one's mine! Florida! Going in! Guardian Field! I'm ready to go! Plenty left! Hurricane, here I go! Let the lacerating tempest! Take this! Going in!
Take this!
Do it! Hurricane!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Radiant Light!
Penumbra!
Damn it!
Too fast! Begin stand back! I'll trip it up! Take this!
Burning! Lacerating! Do it! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
That's far enough! Going in!
I'll smash you!
I'll heal you!
Ignite!
Here goes!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Down on the ground!
Burning! Lacerating! Here's evil!
You made me angry! That was a bad idea!
Hear my
Guardian
call!
Field! I got you! Hurricane Strike! Burning Circle!
Destruction!
Blizzard Blow! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Shattering up pieces! Attack! I can carve through armor! This one's mine!
This one's mine!
Take this!
That's it! Hurricane Strike! Lacerating Tempest!
Illusory Alpha!
Nurture! Now! I'm ready to shine!
It's mine!
This one's mine!
Down on the ground!
On guard!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it! This one's mine!
Now see what I can do! Reflect on thy sins!
Look sharp!
You picked the wrong fight!
Ready!
Time to let it rip!
This one's mine! Hurricane Strike!
Negative
Lacerating
you on top!
Freeze Blade!
Their arms were interrupted!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal
Here
you!
I
all.
am ready!
Frozen!
Hammer!
I know fine weapon material when I see it.
Out of our way!
Far enough!
I see one, eh?
Not on my watch!
I can carve through armor!
Take down their defenses!
Bring them down!
No further!
Hurricane strike!
Ignite!
Lacerating exit!
Leave the ensnaring.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
There! Surprise!
Rising
Going in!
Begin!
This one's mine!
Soaring blast! In an instant! Impact clock! Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
Stir enough!
Now you'll learn!
You going? Here goes!
Take this!
Hurricane strike! Lacerating far enough!
They really
This
don't
one's
give up,
mine.
do they?
You got
Burn! Hurricane strike!
Devastation!
Do it!
Rising speed!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Glacier spear! Here's evil!
Take this! Demon
This one's yours!
I'm ready.
Elfin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
I'm practically unstoppable.
The soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Seriously? Is this a joke?
I can carve through armor!
On guard!
Catapult!
Got you! Leave the
Time to
charges
cross
me!
blades!
Going in!
Rising Wyvern!
Lacerating
Spear! Take this!
Plenty left!
Can't get out of this!
One more!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! This one's mine! Benediction light.
Going in!
Flame of fury!
Lacerating spear! Here's the evil!
Hurricane Thrust!
Take
this!
Elusive deity!
See what I can do.
Eat dirt! Hurricane strike!
You're mine!
Power of flame! Finish with
What?
us!
Eternal
Hurricane strike!
devastation! Megasonic thrust!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Rising Wyvern!
That'll bring you down!
Soaring
do
Light
not!
Spear!
Going in!
In a bind?
Here's a healing orb!
Shockwave thrust! This one's all mine! Try this!
Not on my watch!
Explosive ring!
This one's mine! Beast Assault!
You picked the wrong fight!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Demon
This
Lad,
should
use a
do it.
hand!
Soaring blast! Megasonic
I'm
thrust!
ready to go!
Sonic thrust!
This one's mine! Denied!
Try this!
Going
Take
in!
this!
Healing orb!
Double demon
Light
fang!
up the dark!
I owe you one.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Elfin!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
A hard-won victory.
We seem to have come across something a little This one will be difficult to predict.
Lacerating
Take it!
Breakfast!
Soaring blast!
Anything in armor is all mine. I'm the true gunslinger around here.
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll grind you into dust. Lacerating tempest!
Damn it, finish!
Here goes! I'm ready to listen to you.
The enemy wields R2.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Nice try!
Annihilation! Not on my watch!
Hurricane Flight!
By the power of
I'm ready!
Severing wind! Begin! Crescent flash!
Do it!
Rising
We're
Juggling! In an instant! Impact cross!
Now! Look sharp!
No further!
Beast Assault! Elvin!
Commander of Heavens!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. No choice!
Armor won't save you! Far enough! This one's mine!
Dirt!
Hurricane Flight!
It's like trying to keep up with a wolf!
That's it! On guard! Hurricane Flight! Lacerating Tempest!
Lunar corruption!
This one's mine!
You're mine!
Annihilation!
On guard!
Radiant light!
Lacerating Tempest!
Sealed! Not in your dreams!
Allow me to help you! Impact! Destruction!
Beast Assault!
On your knees!
Light up the dark!
Rising water!
Alright, let me
Down on
in!
the ground! You're mine! Begin!
I got you! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Now leave the charges
No
to me!
further! Double
Look
Demon
sharp!
Fang!
Beast Assault!
Double Demon
Bring you
Fang!
down!
Finish it!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Seems about right to me.
Discourteous, aren't you?
For my lord! Damn it!
Armor won't save you! Look
Sorry to
far
trouble
enough!
You do the same
Watch
for me.
for the ranged attack! Lacerating Tempest!
Try this! An astral arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
This one's mine!
Here comes!
You picked the wrong fight!
This one's mine!
I'm ready! Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished! This is doing it! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Be still!
Going in! Hurricane Flight! Glacial Spear! Going in! Beast Assault!
Not on my watch!
Shattering the pieces! Attack time! Hurricane Flight!
Acceleration wave!
Lacerating Tempest!
By the power!
Don't get complacent.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dahna. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to. She looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dahnan astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegis. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah, it was all just a little sudden, that's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Faria, how did you get in here?
Wait, something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when—
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Faria to control Zeugles like that before.
How about with the stone that looks suspiciously like a Master Core?
What the? Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zeugles, then we get command.
Go for the weak point!
Be still!
Shot!
Rising Falcon!
Lacerating Here's evil!
Carve through armor!
Double Demon Fang!
Can't get out of this!
Freeze Lancer!
Incineration Wave!
Look shot! Hurricane Strike! Beast Assault!
Double Demon
Healer
Fang!
On the ground!
Look shot! Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Denied! I owe you one for that! Freeze
Tornado
Lancer!
Drive!
Flame inside!
Going in!
Yours to be let free!
Here! I'm gone!
Flaming Thrust!
Hurricane Strike! Beast Assault! Hear my call!
Now you see what I can do! Knock it into next week!
Dragon Form!
On Glacial
No
Spear!
further.
Here's evil!
Explosive Ray!
Resonate with the earth!
Light Drive! Your arm!
Crescent Flash!
Here I come!
Benediction.
Going in! Hear me! Hurricane Strike!
You're
Lacerating
Yours to be let free!
That's it! I'm gone! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
There!
Hurricane Strike! Do it! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Shine! Radiant light! Look sharp! Regeneration! Hurricane foot! Regeneration! Anything in armor is all mine! Destruction! Hurricane now remember, Downham can't get out of this! Lacerating tempest! It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out!
Illusion!
Healing circle!
Going in! Rising sun! Burn it out! Ungone! No chance! An umbra! This one's mine! Listen to it! Lacerating tempest!
I could do without this pain.
Hurricane strike! Lacerating tempest! Catapult! Rising water! I'll grind you into shit! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Shine! Listen to it! Now you see what I can do! Regeneration! Regenerate! Dragon form! Light up the door! Ready to go! Alright! Far enough! In a bind? The power of
Annihilation!
Catapult!
Confiscated!
Alright! Let me out!
Annihilation! By the power of the ring!
Alright! Let me out! They smite with blackened blade! Struck! Lacerating tempest! Lunar rondo!
I didn't think you had it in you.
I'll stop its charge!
Time to congratulate me later.
Nothing much I can say to that.
Armor won't save you! No further! Feast assault!
It's weakened!
This ends now!
Hurricane Heal! Lacerating tempest!
Devastation!
Far enough! Wits about you people! I'll face you! Shine! Radiant light! Be still!
Here's a healing
This
art!
one's mine!
First aid!
Win!
Radiant
Elusive
here!
deity! Look out, Ray! Feast assault! Down on the
This
ground!
one's mine!
I'm ready! Johnson!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Now it's just her! Faria, can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning!
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You? Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones, if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almeidria. As for Tarnigan, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on. What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion.
It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure!
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that. Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
For the people of Lenegis, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How do they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Dahnan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me, meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Are you just going to keep standing around or what?
Sorry, I'm just getting prepped over here.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... if I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen.
That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Dahnan voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't. You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renan lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion. It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
Is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead, and it's for my sake, so I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Dahnan astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renan Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dahna.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dahna's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible? What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elfin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Going in. Ready to go. Denied. Let's go. This one's mine.
Back into the field!
Eternal devastation!
Take this!
Demon Fang!
The power of Mega Ray.
I owe you one.
That'll bring you down.
I owe you one. Ignite!
Guardian Field.
Heal my wearied
I'm
companions.
ready to go.
Human corruption!
I'm gone.
Radiant?
Demon Fang!
I'm gone.
Can you take it? Elusive deity!
Liberating
Demon
Tech.
Fang!
Mega Ray.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! This
I'm
one's
gone.
all mine!
Hurricane.
I'll smash you!
Double Demon
Look
Fang!
sharp.
Back into the
Rising
fray!
Wyvern!
By the I can handle it.
Megasonic
I'm
Blast!
gone. Hurricane
Finish
Thrust.
without a trace!
Burn in hell!
Lacerating Tempest.
Explosion!
Rending you
Ready!
apart!
Here's a healing arm!
Going in.
Swallow Blade!
One more.
Try this!
Lacerating
Rending
Tempest.
Blast!
In a bind?
Here. Hurricane
Power
Strike.
flame!
Lacerating Tempest.
Dragon Sword!
Going in.
Shine! Radiant light! Regeneration!
Demon Fang! I owe you one!
Going in.
Our hearts are being interrupted.
Down on the
This
ground!
one's mine!
Guardian
Sword!
Field.
Pierce through! Demon Fang! This one's all
One more
mine!
shot.
Burn!
Mega Ray!
Hurricane Strike.
Annihilation!
Beast
By the
of
power
Fire.
flame!
I'll smash
Finish
you!
without a
I can handle
trace!
it.
Summon Thrust!
Far enough.
Try this!
Explosion!
Hurricane Strike.
Taking fire!
Lacerating Tempest.
Nothing will hold me
Hurricane
back.
Double
Strike.
Demon Fang! The flame
Mega Ray!
inside me!
Another incantation.
Enemies are fading.
I'm a sitting duck!
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never!
An outstanding
Demon
attack.
Fang!
Let me free you of your
Healing
power.
circle!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Not on my watch! Searing
You could use one.
Sorry to trouble you.
You do the same for me.
Take this!
That
Let
hurts.
the flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I'm gone.
Corruption!
Hurricane Strike.
By the
Anything in
power
order
of
is all mine.
Mega
Let me
Ray!
see what I can do.
You could use a hand.
Annihilation! I'm all stopped up!
I'm ready to
Demon
go.
Fang!
Hurricane Strike.
Begin.
Lacerating Tempest.
Let them
Black
make this
Demon
handle
Fang!
On the wind.
Double Demon Fang!
Lacerating Tempest.
And again!
Far enough. On guard.
I owe you one!
Gemini Hawk!
It's on!
Light up the dark.
Ready to rock!
Let me out.
Burn in hell!
All right. Let me out. On guard. I'm ready to go.
Take this!
Power of flame!
Look sharp. Hurricane Strike.
Eagle Ray.
Lacerating
This one's all mine.
Tempest.
Penumbra.
Now you've gone and ticked me off.
Benediction
Rising
light.
Wyvern! Eat dirt!
Heal.
I owe you. Their arts were interrupted.
Stay away from my friend!
Pieces. Attack time.
Mega Ray!
Sword
Annihilation!
Rain Alpha!
Armor won't save you.
Not in your dreams!
Nothing gets by me.
Down on the ground.
Look sharp. The power of
Here's a healing arc!
Guardian
I
Field.
owe you one! Take this!
The power.
Pressure.
Rising Wyvern!
Hurricane Strike. Lacerating Tempest.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Nice
I'm
try.
ready.
Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy.
Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What?
It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Voron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
It's too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Alphen!
go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law! I am...
Are you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renis Alma. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the Motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renis Alma in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day?
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the red woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Now you'll learn!
This one's mine! Lacerating! Eagle Ray!
That won't be the thorn in his side.
Let free! Look sharp! Hurricane Spike! Lacerating Tempest!
Take this!
Burning More! Crystal Spear! Lacerating Denied! On guard!
Throbs in pain.
I can carve through walls!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Double Demon Fang! Incineration Blade!
Look sharp!
Not in your dreams. Annihilation!
No further!
One more!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lacerating Tempest! Beast Assault! This one's mine! Beast Assault!
Hitting pile driver!
Well then, let's keep moving.
That's far enough!
Here I come! You're mine! Lightning Slash!
Look sharp!
Tornado drive!
I think I'll pass on the handshake.
Instinct sharpened! Leave the chargers to me! Going in!
I'm grateful.
Denied! On guard!
I'm sorry to tell you.
You do the same for me.
This one's mine!
Sword Rain Alpha! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Get out of this!
Here goes!
Demon Fang!
Searing
Swallow
Flame!
Blade!
Reload!
Lightning Wyvern!
Not in your dreams.
The flame is... I'll burn it all! Flaming Pillar! Fire! Dragon Burn!
Mega Ray! Searing Flame!
Armor won't save you!
You're mine!
Lunar
Rising Phoenix!
Lacerating Tempest! No chance! You're open!
Now we're not
This one's
Demon
mine!
Fang!
Can't
Here's
get out of
evil!
this!
Double Demon Fang!
That's it!
Incineration Blade!
Shine! Radiant
On
light!
guard!
Force of
Denied!
regeneration!
Look sharp!
Regenerate! Don't suffer in silence! Another incantation ruined!
Hurricane Strike! Lacerating Cutwater!
It's time!
No chance!
Mirage! Burn!
Nice try!
Benediction
Mega
light.
Ray! Hurricane Strike! Left!
Shattering the
Rising
pieces!
Flame of Fury!
Hurricane Strike!
Elusive deity!
Spread!
Lightning Slash!
Hurricane Strike!
Rising Falcon!
Lacerating Tempest! Do it! Elton!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Here
Break through!
goes!
On guard!
That'll bring you down.
Rising Wyvern!
Elusive
Far
deity!
enough! Look sharp!
Rising
Lunar
Soaring
Blast!
Blast!
Confiscated! Lunar Blast!
Rising Wyvern! It's time! This one's mine!
Soaring blast!
On guard! Hurricane Strike!
Elusive deity!
Healing Circle! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
A comfortable win.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Doe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing, so she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegis is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd—
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord, and the only one left is... Ah, very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid, as people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been.
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority, the very foundations of Renan society. How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
This looks perfect. Guaranteed to hit the spot.
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renis Alma. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What?
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
A flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal, it looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
That beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
That's what it looked like. And then the Danan side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegis?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Try to stay calm. With so many factors we don't understand, dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's Great Spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it, without question, throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but...
Let's assume that what Hevrect 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrect 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.